suitable reading. Hello, traveler.
Starfield for signs of paranormal.
I know it's but I've been to other stores and
Hey, you looking for anything in particular? Cool. Come back anytime.
Atlantis, a nightmare of almost biblical proportions, way down with
These goods, I am asking. Take a look. See you later, friendo.
one of the key participants, a member of Constellation.
I'll never forget that you helped us find the cat. Work in the deep mines. That's where you make the big bucks. Hey. Yes? Yes? What? Yes. Sometimes I wish I'd take it easy. I have no idea what they're doing.
We got lots of stuff. Sounds like a plan. Yo, stay good out there.
What a long day.
Hey, welcome to the... Take your time. Yeah, let's get you hooked up. See you around.
Crime's at an all-time low around Sidonia.
I hope what I'm asking for is getting this equipment will be just a reminder. Be safe out there.
How's it going? Take your time. Happy to help. Yo, stay good out there.
I swear that warning glasses.
You and me, friendo. Remember, Hey, get you on the flip side.
How's the saying go?
We're asking everyone. Need some work done? Okay, no problem.
I don't want to hear any complaints. Keep an eye on your valuables. You can't protect your own.
Got any? Hey, what can I do for you? Sure, how about it?
Exploring this area without your spacesuit would inevitably result in death.
Landing initiated. Protection flaring.
This region is not suited for biological life forms. It does not possess the resources required for your survival.
Beginning landing cycle. Captain? Landing sign docked. Take us in.
Eklund ships may be good, but so what? A ridiculous amount of credits was dumped into them. But Hope Tech, that's all Ron Hope. One man with true vision.
I am sick to death hearing about your sainted Ron Hope. I mean, trucks in space? Really?
Polvo was a backwater collection of hydroponics farmers until Ron Hope brought them into the 20th.
Setting down, everything in the green.
It seems you are the only biological life form in this area.
Landing side looks clean. Let's set it down. Target's shields are down. Target's jump system down.
Of course. Take care.
Landing strut primed. Retros firing.
detecting any living creatures in this region.
Let's put this bird on the ground.
I
Anything I can help you with? Sure, how about it?
This unit is performing a software update. Please do not attempt further conversation, because I do not experience.
How's it go? Take your time. Cool. Yo, stay good out there.
Watch out for the robots.
In a stalemate. Several areas currently zoned as residential.
I hope what I'm asking. Take a look. Hey, catch you on the flip side.
That seems no closer to resolution.
What can I do for you?
Sounds like he's got more work.
Critter cleanup. You ready to head out right? Let's get to the details. Let me pull up the coordinates. There.
Did you have a question? Once we'd Crexit, or Laser's ship would land, then Lazarus, shortly thereafter, a strike perpet. Excellent. There's a slate. I believe that slate should be sufficient to guide you to the next.
You will require supplemental oxygen from your spacesuit in this area.
Collective space. Hold while we scan your ship. And that's it. You're cleared to land at Hopetown.
that.
Captain. There is room in my storage. Travel safely. Captain Kevin, I will accept any and all items. Farewell.
Hey everybody. So, normally my playthroughs are no commentary, but you guys deserve an explanation here for at the end. Let me drop this stuff off at the restroom. That's what these pauses are typically for. Alright, now here's a pro tip. When you're 200 meters, I believe it's 200 meters, you can just access your ship's inventory anytime you want. So you don't actually have to get close enough to the ship. Ammo, that doesn't have weight. Alright. Picked up some at a few pounds. Probably some throwables. Oh yeah. Probably if I dumped all my throwables. Like, I don't know why I keep these throwables. Explosives in this game are straight useless. first Bethesda game where I can really like if it ain't coming out of a gun, it doesn't really have purpose because the AI, as you can see, they don't charge forward, they don't really attack, they don't really tactically reposition themselves. In fact, if you actually watch an AI move around, you can predict their entire movement patterns. It's extremely predictable. But anyway, it's Bosco.
Hello.
Should grab
How
this
may
stuff
I
first,
be
but
of-
you know, retrospect, blah blah blah. Vasco, you equipped a fire axe, really? That's I'm just gonna take that from you. Your default gun is gotta be more powerful than that. That is funny though.
Good day, Captain.
Alright, so now, funny thing, the reason I had to switch out to Vasco was because I'm guessing one of my gravity vortexes hit a civilian, which you really wouldn't think would matter because they don't really do damages, they kind of move you about. But it irritated my companion, so she's fuming. Well, now she wants to give me stuff, so done fuming. Alright. Oh man, let's see. How much more do I have? How much do I have? I mean, because you guys have seen me work my butt. Okay, so alright. Before we finish up, we're gonna finish up that ship. I don't want to leave this unfinished. Oh man, you guys should really check out some of the ships people have made. They're actually really, really cool to look at. I'm pretty proud of my end result, but I mean, compared to some of the other ships, man, people have some great taste and style right now.
If you are...
This guy here
Got
has all the
anything you need to
demo
offload?
spec.
Trade-
My ship,
Okay, sure. Sure, how about it?
Second engine. Okay, see, that's what I was concerned about. What kind of engines? Oh, hey, let's double this gun. Oh, I cannot. Okay. Because it's a Deimos yard, and that's from the Hope Tech yard. Okay, so I'm gonna give you some notes I took earlier to help anyone here as my final sign off. Okay, I flipped backward. Okay. All right, so Trident. Trident doesn't sell anything, so there's 4 shipyards. Tile, by the way, I found where you can find the Tile shipyard. They don't have a shipyard themselves, but you can buy their stuff from Neon. Hope is on Valo. Deimos has the best missiles. Shroud has the best shields. And I'm guessing Hope and Tayo, they have like really good strengths elsewise. But... and that was just from some NPC information. Okay, we got that nice thing there. Good enough. Now it has a second engine, so now it's not limping around. Okay, so I tiled this thing journey to 100%, and I intended to get a 100%. I'm stubborn. Like, I will soldier through some games I'm just absolutely done with. Like, just done with. To get 100% when I really get invested in a game. And I want that 100% for this game. I want you guys to see me get this 100% for this game. Yeah. But sad reality is I got 49 out of 100. The last one is reach level 100. And as you guys can see, I'm at 74. It's 265 for one level. Now, if I get lucky on some of these missions, but let's say I just do the mission, right? I could get 70 per thing. I would have to kill at least 100 would get me, 10 would get me, yeah, so 100 plus guys I would have to kill, dropping 70 experience each. And most locations ain't gonna have 100 guys, so I'm gonna have to raid multiple locations, collect multiple missions. Now, some missions I'm gonna get lucky, I'm gonna get those high level guys, they're gonna balance it out. But then each level I go up, it's gonna be more and more. Now, the alternative is I can do the method you guys can see me do. I'm not in the cleaners. Duh. See the method where basically you make the batteries, and I could do that. Yeah, I can do that. I can get the 100%, but let me ask you guys this. Do you really want to see me sit here for probably 5 to 7 hours just grinding that out? Like, I'll be honest, I think most of you guys will be like, yeah, you did it, man, you did it, yeah! But you're skipping to the end. And unfortunately, I don't have other people do my achievements for me. Not throwing shade at anyone, just want to make that clear. But, so I would actually have to be here for the full 6 hours, 7 hours. Hell, I might even be estimating wrong. It might be like 10 hours. And honestly, that is not fun for me. So the third method, which you can get tons of experience, is to go to level 75, 70 planet and just hunt the wildlife. But, and that works really well, because a lot of times at level 75, they'll drop over 100 XP, but you're running into the same problem. Like, honestly, in my opinion, the sad reality is you can't control the level of what missions you're going to get, but what I noticed, the missions will take you to a unique location. I don't know every time, but there's enough unique locations in this game that eventually you're going to burn through all the low-level locations. And when you burn through the low-level locations, then you'll be able to hit the higher-level locations. Because I just hit a level 50 plan, so eventually they'd be sending me to 60s, 70s, so exclusively. But, you know, the problem comes at, like, how long is it going to take? Pardon me. I can't eat peanut butter, and I just confirmed this recently. It gives me really bad intestinal gas, so yeah. So if you hear me belch here, I'm not trying to be gross, vulgar, all that. Unless, of course, you want me to. Kevin need the views. No. But hunting, it takes a lot of time. And if you've watched the videos, you've seen you're walking around for a good chunk of time doing nothing. Now, the other method would be to go to a new game plus. I don't want to. Right now, in my opinion, the New Game Plus is extraordinarily weak. I don't care for it in the slightest. In my opinion, the New Game Plus should just be stripped from this game. Hell, the whole multiverse stuff should be stripped from the game, but that's too late for that. Because when you go to New Game Plus, they give these really emotional moments, and they just lose all the brevity. Because I know, like, hey, I can literally just go to another universe. This won't have happened. This will have only happened in this universe, in that timeline. I'll just do something different. So they have no impact. Well, and I realized that too, because I didn't even think this would happen until I'm going through New Game Plus and I'm watching this scene that should have like a lot of emotion, and there's none. Like, I feel nothing for it. And if I didn't have that multiverse crap in there, I would feel something for this. Like, and I knew I would feel something for this, but I didn't. So I'm not gonna go to New Game Plus. But again, that you're going to do a New Game Plus would basically have me redoing all the quests again. I could grind out these miscellaneous, these tasks here, but again, you're just looking at not tasks, activities. You know, again, you're looking at 7-8 hours to maybe get into the ballpark. See, that's the problem. I can't even guarantee I'm going to be done by the end of today. And honestly, I'm kind of tired of playing Starfield. You guys can see I have all this time in this game. You guys have been there from start to finish. You've seen the time I've invested in it. You've seen I put guides up for this. And if you guys want a guide put up, just hit me up, right? Actually, maybe not, because actually never mind that. Because I'm gonna install this game here to play be able to play Cyberpunk, and I need the 100 gigabytes. But you know, right now, this is the weakest Bethesda game. Like, I'm not gonna be, I'm not gonna be on that full haterade, right? Because if you follow me on social media, you know I'm on the haterade. I like to take the piss out of things sometimes, but we've already seen the statistics. People are dropping off. I don't think this game's gonna have legs. I don't think it's gonna have the success that the last games have had, and honestly, I don't want to play this anymore. So what's going to happen is I'm not going to try to get the level 100. It's going to take too much time. There is so much better things to spend my time. I could read a book. I could, hell, fucking watch YouTube while meditating. I could write. I could read mangas. It's just, I have the whole Thrawn trilogy. I could finally get off my ass and sit down and read that, or I could finish reading the Harry Potter saga. I've gotten through book 4, by the way, when I was younger. I just never picked up 5, 6, and 7. I'm aware of how it ends. I have the complete Dune book I could read. I have some Dean Koontz I could read. I have so many books I need to sit down and finish reading that it just would be a better use of my time. There's some anime shows I could binge, or I could move on, which I probably will. Actually, I'm kind of burned out and playing games for a bit right now, but that feeling will probably fade in an hour or so. So I could play Cyberpunk, or I can play, what has dropped? So Cyberpunk, Starfield. There's Phantom Liberty 2.0 just coming out. What's that third game I'm really backed up on this month? There's 3 games I really wanted to focus on this month. It was Starfield, Cyberpunk, and I can't remember the third game right now. That sucks. What was it? Thanks, Digital Distribution, because I can't even just look and see what the box is. What was coming out this month? Oh, well, it doesn't really matter. No, point being, there's other things I could play, finish playing, go play rather, and at this point, I'd rather focus on that. But like I said, I'm not going to that achievement now. But here's what I will eventually have that achievement. So what's going to happen is I'm going to set this game down for now. In March, because that's everyone believes that the first DLC is going to drop, I'm going to come back to this game. I will keep one version of this game where I'm not in, survival mode, because I love survival. I already paid for the DLC, so I will probably come back and I'll play the DLC. I vibe with this game to get as much time as you guys have seen in here, but honestly, if it didn't have that nugget of Bethesda charm, this game would not be good. Bethesda's charm saved this game, and that's the only thing keeping my score above a negative, is that I do enjoy Bethesda games. But hey, if you see people out here who don't like this game, there are some games where it's hey, people just want to hate on it. Liza P. That was it, Liza P. Because I remember my friend was talking about Liza P. He hates Dark Souls. He hates game director. Check him out. Normally he hates Dark Souls games, And I mean, because he had like this really bad experience with Dark Souls 1. I'm like, hey, dude, you gotta check out like Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 is like way better than Dark Souls 1. Yeah, no. See, I'm part of the Dark Souls 2 camp, okay? But I think, no matter what Souls game you're a fan of, we all can agree Elden Ring is goated. Until Elden Ring 2 comes out. But yeah, so there's Liza P. And then there's Cyberpunk. I just got done with the open world game, so I'm probably gonna hop on the Liza P next. But so when the DLC comes out, I'll return. That should give me like 10, 15 levels. There'll be some extra content added. Maybe, because the problem is exploration is like the most useless freaking thing I've ever encountered. I was looking forward to this a bit because I said before the game came out, this game will live or die in a future generation, and honestly, it died on it. It died. Like, the only thing saving for future generation is that some of these worlds are flat out gorgeous. Some. So I'd say like maybe 1 out of every 10 times you go to a world. And I've been going to a lot of life worlds, so it might be like 1 out of 20. You could like, no, not even 1 out of 20. Like, 1 out of 30 rolls I've probably done, I've been impressed with the visuals. I got to the point where I didn't even think that this game engine could even do anything other than flat terrain. But hey, around March, we should have some extra content. We should have some more stuff. And that's when the next part's going to come out. And let me tell you this. My prediction for the DLC is that House for Real. You can go into the game. You can find out that there's no House for Rooms systems. There's no House for Room ship. You have House for Room ship design, but you can't hijack them. So the next obvious way they're going to go forward is House for Room. They'll probably add some more systems. Shattered Space. So I'm guessing there's going to be some kind of religious schism going on in House for Room, which would explain why you have the main house be more passive, while the other half the house where you're getting these zealots from that you have to fight in the game is more militant. Kind of like the Crimson Fleet. And you'll go through and you'll be able to, influence which direction this, the religion goes. Probably be it. I'm not expecting much out of that quest, honestly, because Bethesda's writing for this game, it's been flat garbage. I mean, this is like, I've seen Christians write good atheist characters, but I have never seen an atheist write good religious content. I'm sure some of you out there can be like, well, Kevin, you have to check out this book by this author. He's an avowed atheist, and he actually did a bunch of research, and his works on religious is immense. He just doesn't believe it. To be fair, though, I want to clarify this. I said atheist, not agnostic. Now, I found a lot of... I don't want to go into my religious views here, but I found like a lot of atheists that are... hell. I have my opinion, you have your opinion. More tolerable, would you say that? Are basically agnostics, but they don't call themselves agnostics. But that's a whole different point from not made for this channel. But it sadly has to come up because why? This game explored religion and bashed you over the head with atheism, which isn't even supported by science. I can actually look into this. I recommend checking out Science and the Taboo Side. It's a Google Talk with this professor. He comes forward. He shows you all the science actually showing psychic powers are real. Yeah, science says psychic powers are real. It actually says more about it in Eastern universities and research, because in the West, the West became dominated by the modernist movement who want to unseat the Catholic Church, whereas Eastern academia did not have such a predication. So the modernists flat out just declared, everything paranormal, yada yada, God, all that, the soul, just not real. Which is hilarious because this then leads into Kantianism, which we can't know the universe then, because basically if our senses can lie to us, then we can't trust the senses to be able to tell us anything. In fact, we all could just be a figment of basically some biological imagination or a figment of something else's imagination, which is where that ideal merges into the universal psyche. Then Neo-Kantianism solved this problem by simply saying, hey, no. We are actually part of the universe experiencing ourselves. Which, if you ever wonder where some of these ideals come from and why you don't see like classic shamans like from 1,000 years ago talking about them, it's because they're a reaction to modernism. And the neo-Kantianism, it gave rise to postmodernism, which are just a bunch of fucking liars just saying whatever the hell they want to say. And the modernists of today hate postmodernists, but they still won't recognize the fact that postmodernists exist because classic modernists want to get rid of the church's power and take over academia for themselves. And it is hilarious when you think, like, if it wasn't for the damage this has done to Western intellectualism, it would be truly priceless to watch these two ideologies just argue back and forth. And when one ideology only exists because no one was willing just to tell the modernists they were full. And yes, that could have been a really good angle, as I talked about this on Twitter, to explore in this game. Like it's a set-aside religion, right? Talk about philosophical evolution. Like, for example, classic Stoics believed in mastering emotions, which is why modern Stoics basically are considered emotionless. No, see, classic Stoicism believed... Okay, I really need to read more of my book. Go back with that audiobook more. Think like an emperor, check it out. But you understand the world and they react appropriate to it. So, for example, like say, like, you know, in your life and death situation, it's perfectly okay to feel fear. But it is less okay than to let that fear dominate you and control you. You're a human. You should feel fear if, like, your life's at risk. But after you've accepted the fear, you should analyze what is causing you to feel the fear and then rationally defeat the fear and then act in your own best interest. You know, for example, I forget the emperor's name, when he was dying, he had his physicians tell him, like, explain to me exactly what is happening. Like, he had a disease, I forget the disease. And he was dying from it, and he's like, hey, explain to me exactly biologically what is happening to my body right now. And they were walking him through, like, hey, okay, you know, when you start experiencing this, that means this organs here are failing, these organs here are shutting down. And that is how he spent the last of his moments after, you know, delivering some, you know, whatever the emperor has to do. You know, do the wisdom, hey, make sure this person's taken care of, make sure my son does well, which, spoiler alert, his son did not do well. His reign was, I believe, short. I might be wrong there. But, you know, this game could have explored classic Stoicism. Now, classic cynicism, now that's a fun thing, because the classic cynics, not like today. Cynicism today is basically like a negative skepticism, but classic cynicism believe that the more you suffer, the wiser you get. Because the more you tend to suffer, if it doesn't kill you, and you're not, you know, suffering because you're just flat out stupid, even then, if you're flat out stupid and you survive, you tend to learn, like, hey, you know, I may not be the smartest person in the room, city, but even I know that's stupid as hell. You know, even then you can get great wisdom for it. So the classic cynics believed that the fastest way to wisdom was to make themselves suffer more. Could have explored that, but the game really didn't. And realistically, I cannot stand when, like, look, if you don't have anything to say about something, don't say anything. I don't mean that like in, you know, like a traditional conversation. Like if you don't really know about classic cynicism, like, yeah, you should talk about it. Like, have fun with it, right? But when you want to be the smart writer, but you really have nothing to say, like, what, this game didn't say nothing. Oh, hey, here's a version of the multiverse that everyone's already sick of. Okay. Like, you couldn't get singularities right. You couldn't get AI right. You had 6 years since Fallout 4 to watch a 30-minute video on YouTube. That's how I know about AI. I'm not like some big nerd brain here that has that, like, you know, like 50 books. Like, guys, you guys don't really understand. You know, that's not how AI works. Trust me, bro. So, like, did he even read Asimov? or like I don't even know the names, so I can't like list off like 7 like really like influential people in AI design, but like you get where that would come from right now. Like, yeah, I'm not like I was going through YouTube. There was a 30-minute video, might have been 40. It was like, hey, here's how AI is structured, here's how AI work, and here's all the popular myths of AI. And I'm like, oh, cool. Now I actually know enough about AI to hold a conversation about AI. And 6 years on, or however long it's been since Fallout 4, the lead writer still couldn't do that. Still couldn't go and research AI. Like, that is the level of depth this game had. It's like, well, you're just a combination of genes and cells. Like, no, we're not, because quite literally, even biological science doesn't even say that. So if you're going to try to pull that ass pull out of your, for an argument, you might want to actually see what actual science says. Because technically, then we have to go into theories of non-locality, where consciousness, because keep in mind, science actually does not rule out the existence of soul. It's debated both ways. But essentially, consciousness can be non-local. So your body is basically a vessel for your consciousness, according to quantum mechanics. Now, there's 2 versions. One, basically, your body's like an antenna, a tuner, so, that's like the whole scope. But then, like, the second theory is more broad, that your soul could be very far stretched out and could be inhabiting multiple bodies at once. Cool stuff. But basically, under the second theory, everything in the universe would have consciousness. From inanimate objects to plants. Well, we already know plants are. But, that's really just where this game has come to. I did not like the writing. I'm trying to like progress onward so I don't like divulge into endless rants. And there's so many areas this game could have explored. Just like for example, like all the religious commentary in this game is just anti-Christianism. Go to any atheist YouTube and you can basically get the same arguments and better presented. Like that is it. There's no philosophical exploration. There's no like exploring, hey, the tenets of Buddhism, how the Buddhists view the universe. And keep in mind, even the Buddhist school of the universe is divided into multiple sects. Like late school Buddhism, Buddha at the end of his life historically realized that he was wrong about complete detachment from reality, which the entities that he was talking to were constantly telling him, like, hey, no, you're wrong. But keep in mind, and it is the fun part, right? So you have entities, they'll be telling you, a lot of Buddhists who actually do deep meditation, actually talk to, and end up talking to entities, they'll tell tests like, hey, these entities are telling you, hey, this is wrong. Like, you should not be going at it about this way. And they're like, no, this isn't a test, and we're not gods. We're just straight up trying to give you the lessons. And then it's like, I gotcha. God. Wink, wink. Because think about this, right? So there are entities that would do nothing more than to lead you off the correct path. And if you're wondering, like, well, why would entities want to do that? Some feed on energy for that reason, and others are just complete assholes. Think about real life. Why do people troll people? You really think that basically that would be limited to only humanity? Hell, look up. There's videos of crows starting fights and getting like 2 animals to fight each other. You tell me, like, let's hypothetically say, like, say you don't believe it, let's just hypothetically devil's advocate that spirits and stuff like that exist, right? You're telling me there wouldn't be entities that do that? When birds do it? Man, come on. Hell, I forgot what I was talking about now. I'm kind of hungry. I'm wrapping up with my end thoughts, okay? I spent like 6 days on this game. That's over 100 hours. I'm not coming back till DLC. I'm not doing a second playthrough. It's, oh yeah, no, I remember saying. Like, they didn't explore Buddhism. Oh yeah, the end of Buddha's life. So basically, oh yeah, no, I remember. So basically, the ideal is, this is a test. They're trying to lead us astray. So naturally, to pass this, I have to not be led astray. But keep in mind, here's the funny part, right? If that is the correct path, then yes, that's a test. If it's not the correct path, these things are legitimately just trying to tell you, like, hey, you're going too far. And Buddha, if at the end of his life, he finally clicked him. It's like, wait, I'm wrong. Like, complete detachment's wrong. Like, having an appreciation that we don't become overly attached to stuff, that's a good idea. But complete detachment, completely wrong. And Buddha actually finished and made a new religion. Most of his followers did not believe him, but a good chunk did. I call it late stage Buddhism, but it actually does have a name. But I had a friend who I believe followed this way back when, and he told me about this, and I looked into it. But I can't remember the stupid name of it. No disrespect, I'm not saying like it's stupid, I'm just saying like I'm horrible with names at times. But, you know, you could have explored Shinto's view of religion, the Tao. And then, by the way, if you want to read the Tao, read it by an Asian translator. Oh, it doesn't have to be an Asian translator, but read it by someone who practiced it, who translated it. Do not read an English translation by an English person, because let me tell you this. I have two versions of the Tao Te Ching, which is one of the principal books of Taoism. The first I got was written by a practitioner. It is exceedingly good. Like, it is a great read. It really just opens your eyes and helps you think a lot of stuff. The second was translated by, let me pull this book out here. This book, which is actually completely fucking worthless. Let's see, what was his name? Lionel Guile. Oh, I know. He actually might have been the good one. Hold on. I want the Tao Te Ching. Not the Art of War. I also have a good copy of the Art of War, too. Which is how I knew that this was complete, the translation in this other volume. It was a Barnes & Noble compilation. James Legge. Do not read anything translated by James Legge. Now, I will defend Christians on a lot of things, alright? I will. But there are those Christians who are a bunch of condescending pricks. And James Legge is a condescending prick. And he butchers the core meaning of Taoism, and makes it into something similar to communism. That is not how Taoism is supposed to be. And unfortunately, a lot of people in the West have read his translations, so they think Taoism's akin to communism, and it's just kind of sad. Cause you know, I want to have some good conversations online. I realized that, but you know, Confucianism, that would have been a good religion to explore. Non-theistic, there's no God in Confucianism. Well, I believe it recognizes the existence of gods and heavens, but it was not the core, following. If in relation to Confucianism, it would be like everything has a relation to each other, and basically that relationship has rules. Like a father has to act honorable for his sons, but his son has to honor the father. And that when everything follows the natural roles, that's when the universe truly prospers. And there's some inherent truth to that. But at the end of the day, it also becomes, you can make a really good narrative about what happens when someone abuses that natural status quo to, say a leader has a duty to his people and a duty to the heavens. Well, what's to say, when he abuses that and he's acting dishonorable, but everyone else below him has to still act like he's honorable. You could make a really good narrative about that and explore, hey, at what level do these restrictions on your behavior really become problematic and actually become counter to the intended view of Confucianism? That would have been a great exploration. There's Shinto, I already said Shintoism, Buddhism. You could look at the left-handed paths. Now, so the basic left-hand path religions are, by and large, they're deterministic, right? That's the best way to put it. They're very deterministic. So, the core beliefs will shift from version to version, right? But the end goal is because a lot of religions don't consider God to be that impressive. Christianity and Judeo-Christianism, Zoroastrianism, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, that gods in those religions are very big. The gods all powerful, but in other religions, gods, they can be all powerful, like the Greek pantheon, like paganism, they're recognized hey, there are gods like Zeus who are so powerful that they can just smite your ass. Like they control the very elements themselves, or have great influence over the elements themselves, or wield the elements themselves, depending on your viewpoint. But then there are also, well, nowadays we actually wouldn't call them gods, we'd call them guardians. But in the old days, these would be considered gods. You'd have a family god, a house god, like there'd be a god that would look over your property. It wouldn't be very, like, it's not a super powerful entity, but basically it would try to make sure, like, robbers don't come there, you have good health, your woman would actually have healthy births. Yeah, can imagine this, right? And this is something they could explore too. Like you have, because this is where the word demon comes from. It comes from the word daemon, which is basically the word for these entities, guardian spirits, which in other religions call them, in Asia, call them gods, or lesser gods, or family guardians. Like, it really depends on your viewpoint. But imagine, like, you will go over a family for, let's say it's been around for 300-500 years. You've followed sons into battle. You've made sure a woman gave birth to healthy children. You've been there to comfort them at the death of loved ones. You've done all this. You try to make sure that they had good harvest. When things got lost, you helped them find it. You made sure, like, if someone's going to marry someone that was really just a two-faced rat fink, you help them stop that. And imagine doing that for hundreds of years for a family. That family revered you, and they had a little shrine to you, and they'd give you thanks. Sometimes there'd be a person that would want to take care of the shrine. They'd be a dedicated person and family to do it. Oftentimes an elderly person. And you got a lot of energy from this. But at the same time, you looked upon your family with pride and joy. And then imagine some other group coming along saying, hey, that entity that's been helping you for 500 plus years? Oh yeah, it's evil. It's a demon. You have to get rid of it. It's been tricking you this whole time. I mean, it's had 500 plus years, to like lead you astray and destroy you. But like, no, it just didn't, because it's evil. It's playing this really, 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 really long game. No, don't get me wrong. I'm sure there's actually some entity out there that's actually willing to play a couple 1,000-year long game. Like time when you're immortal becomes kind of not as important when your lifespan is going to be 80 years old, 80 years at best. But they could have explored that. Like, there's so many things you could explore in religion. And what do we get? Multiverse bullshit, atheism rammed down your throat. Like, oh, hey, go talk to this atheist group. Like, oh, hell no. I avoid them like the plague for a reason. Like, everything returns to the singularity when it's done. It's like, that's not how the universe works. See, all right, I'm gonna give you my religious view on this. So, early Christianity taught reincarnation. It's just a fun fact. There was actually a movement 552 or 525? Either way, it was actually removed without the Pope's permission at the Second Synagogue of Constantinople. That's also where mystery schools, aka occultism, was banned. So basically, at that point in time, the church would be the sole arbiter of how mysticism works. It would no longer be in the hands of individuals, which, as you can imagine, is also where the original Illuminati comes from, because these mystical groups went underground, and then in the 1200s, the Illuminati would form it's either 1200 or 1400s, because the Adam Weishaupt Illuminati, I think, was like 1600s. So the original Illuminati was basically a bunch of these groups in Germany uniting together to basically form one massive, like, either an alliance or basically one, like, mega group. And that's actually really, and if you want to know anything else with the Illuminati, good luck. They don't do, like, most of the stuff that gets blamed on the Illuminati is done by other groups, because the original and true Illuminati, which does exist today, maybe, has had a really good habit of keeping their mouth shut. Now, the Adam Weishaupt Freemasonic Illuminati does not. Yeah, another thing you could basically explore in a game, exploring religion, and this game did not like. Again, it's just real sad. But in my view, in a way, I kind of view the universe as like mechanical. You die, your consciousness, basically your soul, the whatever you want to call it, it exits the body. Then eventually you move on to an afterlife. There's many of them, and then you reincarnate, like, just over and over and over again. Which is why when this game said, like, oh, it must be really nice to believe in an afterlife, I found that the most well, first of all, that's not something you say fucking at a funeral, so fuck the writer for even putting it in there. But for me, no, it don't, because while you may stay in that afterlife for some souls are stubborn, right? The souls will wait for until they find a nice body. They might be really picky, according to some writings, and that they will stay unincarnated for over 1,000 years. Like they will wait for the the most ample body that they want. Most souls are not. Now, so keep in mind this. So under my view, you've lived multiple lives. You've done it. You've incarnated multiple times. Do you remember any of your past lives? Do you remember those that you sacrificed for in your past lives, that sacrificed for you? Do you remember the heartfelt sorrow you felt when your loved ones died? When in your last life you said goodbye to your parents? When you said goodbye to your spouse for the last time? When you had to bury them? All those precious memories, all of that would shape and define us as a person. You can't remember. Now, there is part of your soul which will remember it, and there's ways of getting at that, but I'm not going to go into that. But just imagine all those life experiences. Now, some people, you'll be happy, like, yeah, I hate this life, I wouldn't mind forgetting it. But think of all those precious people you've met in your life, this life alone. The people that, laugh with you, struggle with you, helped you out, who basically you would take, some of which you would take a bullet for, and they return the cause. Think of those good friends that you game with that are no longer with you, who died, and you carry their memory forward. And then when you die and you incarnate again, you don't remember none of that. Does that sound comforting to you? Does it sound like a blessing? No, it doesn't. But that is just as it is. It's neither good nor is it evil. It's just the mechanism of the universe. Now, there's more forces at play than, the simple, universal mechanism. But, when you just look at religion, there's so much more this game could have done. And honestly, as I said earlier, if you don't have nothing intelligent saying this, don't try to say anything at all. Because all this game did was just look stupid. Just like with AI, like their big revelation. What if AI was like humans? Like, okay, yeah, we've done that since the mid 1900s. And your version of it sucked. Here's how bad Fallout 4 was. They didn't do AI laws. They didn't do definitions. See, basically, and here's the funny part, like the Automaton DLC is the key point of why definitions are a thing. So, you tell an robot machine to save someone, right? Now, you know what you mean by that. Go help them and enrich their lives. What the machine ends up determining is that, these people are going to die no matter what. So, the best way I could help them was to basically alleviate their suffering in between here and now would be just to kill them. So basically, a definition and an AI basically were like, hey, go help people. It basically like, okay, what's the definition of help people? And it basically would be written out specifically. Like, well, I can't really think of how you'd write that out on the top of my head, but it would not be go murder everyone and anybody. If there, be some complex, understanding. Like, hey, if they need help getting water, help them get water. If they need help defending against some creature, help defend them against some creature, So it'd be a complex definition that would probably take weeks upon weeks to come up with and iron out. Didn't do that. Didn't even do AI structure properly. Like, the best they can say is, well, it's like humans, but not humans. And it approaches sentient, but it isn't sentient. And the average person, though, here's the thing. Like, they got away with this because the average person is not going to go watch a 30-minute video on AI and basically learn that, hey, unless something's specifically programmed to be sentient and sapient, it's not going to be sentient and sapient. Nor does it magically become sentient and sapient. So all those rogue simps that are out there that think they're sapient and sentient, they're not. Basically, there's a misfiring in their programming, cause them to suffer from a delusion. It'd be like the equivalency would be like imagine a human thinking they're king, and they're not king. Now, then that would go into the ghost in the machine, though. Can a machine, which iRobot did explore, like, hey, can a machine then develop a sense of self? And the answer to that question is actually no. Unless it's programmed to be able to develop a sense of self, it will never, develop a sense of self on its own. But no one's going to look that stuff up. But religion, yeah. But I think I've ranted a bit too long here. At the end of the day, I'd like to thank everyone who tuned in for this very long Let's Play. If you listen to my little rant here, because let's be honest, I could probably sit here for like an hour and just talk about like the various aspects of this game's writing I did not like, how the mechanic, like exploration, like it fell short, because there's nothing to do. There's no point to like my biggest thing about exploration was to get the explore every system, which thank goodness did not have to do that, because holy crap would that have taken forever. But like once I did that, got that achievement, there's no reason to go check out, like, look at this. All the systems that I have not explored are not glowing. Except for that one, weirdly, I don't know why. I think it's because I max surveyed it. Because I've max surveyed other systems and they still glowed. But look at all these systems I didn't explore. There is no reason to explore any of these. I could go to this one right here. There will be nothing interesting in this entire system. There will be nothing interesting on that planet. There'll be the same prefab locations. So, and which is one of the reasons why I'm just not going to keep grinding out. Now, maybe in 6 months, maybe in a year or so, because they said this game was meant to be played for years, and honestly, no. People are not going to be playing this game for years like they played Skyrim. I mean, some people probably will. Modders, I don't know. I mean, this game has a great potential for modding, because once you just strip out a lot of Bethesda's honestly poor design, you can make some really good stuff. Like there's a pretty good foundation for stuff. But I don't see Starfield having legs. Now, let me add some context. I don't see Starfield having legs as it is now. If like in a year or so they might add like more dynamic mechanics, factions spreading out, like stuff you see in other 4X games or even space sim games, then maybe I can see it having legs. But like right now, you either vibe with this game or you do not. I vibed, so I liked it, but people who are saying like, oh, this game, they don't like it, I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. I've thought maybe some people's criticism of past Bethesda games was a bit too harsh. Even if it was fair, but just too harsh. But this game here, yeah, I knew playing it that it was what it was. It's the best way to put it. Like Bethesda, you never play a Bethesda game for the writing. I expected the writing to be bad. Holy crap. Like, all right, let me give an example. One last example. So you have this character, Haley. I think her name's Haley. She's a clone. She's not a clone, because a clone is a perfect copy. It's literally in the definition. She would be a designer baby. Now, what's a designer baby? So you basically say like, I end up like becoming like some like super important person, like the next Genghis Khan, or like some super important religious figure, some super scientist, something, something really big that really impacts like a huge chunk of the planet. And then as I'm aging, the people that are underneath me or the people around me are like, hey, look, we can't afford to have a world without a Kevin in it. Yeah. Because that's basically what they thought. Like, hey, we can't afford, I can't remember the guy's name, we can't afford to have a world without him. Like, he was that important to us. We need to make more of him. So there's two ways you can go about it. You can make perfect clones of him, which would basically be, you remove the DNA from an egg, you put the new DNA in there, and boom, you have a clone. Yeah, cloning is actually really easy nowadays. It's just illegal. In case any of you guys were wondering how easy it would be to make a clone of you, it's stupid easy. I actually imagine without having to, do an actual cost breakdown, it would not be that expensive. I think honestly, paying for the surrogate would be the most expensive part because if you don't want to do and keep clone alive on machines, you can just do the whole process through a surrogate, and the baby would be like a 99.9% clone of you. There's always some genetic drift, which is another topic altogether. But say like you don't want to make perfect clones because that kind of limits the whole point. So what you do is like you say like, okay, these are the parts of him that we like, and the other, like let's say 80%. So you take 80% of him, and you splice in 20% for someone else, which is how she came to be, a genome human, a designer baby. I'm sure there's other names for it, but the topic hasn't really come up in a long time. So if there's newer terminology for it, I wouldn't know. But basically, when this was discussed back in the like 90s, early 2000s, that was basically what they were calling designer babies, genome human. I think genome human is probably a word I'm putting together myself. But the end point is essentially the ideal is frowned upon today because it is what a eugenicists argue, that basically we should eliminate those who are unfit, and the best way to do that would be to eliminate genes and aspects of the that are not desirable. So essentially, and they can actually make it. See, that's another religious thing they could have explored. Like honestly, because it's a philosophical element. Because ask yourself this: is it if you could, someone's going to be born with Down syndrome, right? A family like basically there's an 80% chance they're going to have a child with Down syndrome. Now I'm not arguing kill the baby. No. I'm saying, is it ethical to allow that to happen naturally, or would it be more ethical to step in, remove the Down syndrome gene from the baby? Like the rest of it's like 99%, the parents. Actually, you don't even need to do that. You could take they take 10 eggs, like a certain amount of eggs from the mother. You fertilize it, right? And then they spin it in a centrifuge. And what ends up happening is that they can then test the genes of the babies that come out, because you'll have like 8-10 babies, little embryos growing in there, and they basically be like, okay, this one here is going to have Down syndrome, this one here is going to have Down syndrome, this one here will not have Down syndrome, and actually has a gene that will actually give it a really high chance of being intelligent. And you actually can pick out the ones you like. Again, this actually was controversial back in the time. A major sitcom actually talked about this. But that's basically what she is. They took 80% of this dude that they thought was really important, and they spliced in 20% of her. And that's where they all come from. That's not a clone. It's a genome's human, or artificially engineered human. And here's the messed up part, right? She doesn't understand the science behind it, which is okay, because let's be honest. If I sat you down right here and said, hey, explain me all the science behind conception. I mean, you might be able to give me like the basic points of like, oh, there's a sperm meets an egg, but like, would you be able to tell me about what each of the role of the 4 types of sperm is? Would you be able to tell me that of the new science emerging, that eggs might be more selective of what sperm they let in, so it's no longer believed that it's the fastest sperm that gets to the egg? You come across a lot of weird things on as you live, trust me. Would you be able to explain to me what that burst of light is when an egg is fertilized? So I don't fault her for not knowing the exact scientific process that created her, right? But you ask the dude, like, hey, what's your clone? What she's another gender? What is it? He doesn't even know. He goes, well, like sciencey stuff, and you'd be like, okay, so maybe he doesn't brief. But no, I believe this is actually the writer, because in that same quest line, you're given the option like, hey, do you spread this pathogen that will mutate? Not can, will. And it's like, one side's like, well, yes, it's a quick solution to take care of the tumor problem. I'm like, nah, Because we lived underneath COVID. Because trust me, this when early COVID was happening, they said that this thing could not mutate, and that basically people were wrong for noticing variants. And now we have like how many variants of COVID? Keep that in mind. No, we're not gonna like play Russian roulette with an unproven science. And keep in mind, even the science they said there's a good chance of mutating. And when you dump this on hundreds of thousands, not hundreds of thousands, well, but thousands of worlds, you're gonna get one strain that's gonna mutate just by the environmental conditions alone. And the question is, after that, what happens? And here's another question: what happens to those that survive? So these creatures, they'll eat the terramorph when they're adults. They'll eat the babies. They're really good at finding them. What happens when you thin out everyone susceptible to this virus? You might end up getting terramorphs that mature in 20 years rather than 70. You might get them in 10 years because there's going to be a variant that is going to survive, and that variant is going to reproduce. So, and this is basic science of why this is not a good idea. And they cover some of this. They cover basically the potentiality for it mutating, and we don't know what's going to happen after it mutated. And keep in mind, this pathogen was made in a couple days, so no, this is the kind of work you need to do years of research on in order to basically go, okay, we can trust that we can release this. It's 100% stable, not days. And they're like, and I side against it. So I'm like, no, this is stupid. We're not gonna play Russian roulette because I'm not dumb. I know this right. You're gonna release that, it's gonna cause a mutation, and then the consequences are gonna be dire. But just on principle, I'm like, no, we're not releasing this. So you talk to Sarah afterward, who, by the way, she is now my dedicated to die character, because I just find her absolutely insufferable as she is stupid. I really hate that this game's limited your description. Like when we talk about Ron Hope, it's like, well, why did you side with her? Well, why did you not punish Ron Hope? Expose him. All right, first of all, you weren't there for that conversation. I sure as hell am not divulging that happened. So as far as you know, my lie is what's going on. But setting that aside, my actual answer is pretty simple. Like, does Ron Hope deserve to go down for what he did? Yes and no. On one hand, I do kind of agree with the idea that, hey, he hired these people that really, their goal was to do this in the worst way possible. And it's his fault for hiring them, but at the end of the day, it is partially their dude that died, and he's dead now. But here's the thing, right? Will putting him in jail get the victims restitution? No. Will it get the survivors restitution so they can move on with their lives? No. Will it get anyone involved in this, college funds and all that? No. Will it help any of the workers of Hope Tech? No. So we get that feel good. And this actually, I'll give this game credit in the writing for this, because when you think about it, you'll get this feel good, we had justice moment, but at the end of the day, you're hurting the victims' families, you're hurting the people in the company, and you're not really getting anything out of it. Like, if your whole philosophical goal was to make it right. Now, don't get me wrong, I believe that him, like the other guy, like the guy they cloned guy, you know what I mean? They genomed. I believe they both are objectively. Well, Hope I kind of have more sympathy for, because I think he's more of a victim of bad writing. Because I don't know what they're trying to go with him. But sorry, I get off too many tangents. But my point was that nothing that put him in jail would accomplish. And I get 20,000 creds, which in the grand scheme of things isn't crap because no survival mode. Okay. So we could put him in jail, or we could let him. Because keep in mind, we're a ranger. This dude, well, actually, it doesn't really matter because we're going to leave the system regardless at the end. So That's a wonderful part of the multiverse. None of this stuff matters because you're not going to be here to fix anything you leave behind. But when it came to this virus, like, oh, they explained it, and like even the guy who wanted to release it was like, oh yeah, okay, that's fair. I consent. Like, I really want to release it, but I see the basically your point, and I will acquiesce to, like, the way you view it. Yeah, it'll take longer. And what does Sarah say? Trust the science. And it's like, okay, whoever wrote this line obviously did not know the line about where basically it's almost guaranteed to mutate. Because it's like, oh, there's a one. Keep in mind, like, oh, it's a 1 in like what, 10,000 chance, 100,000 chance. What is it? It's like, that ain't that bad. It's like, it is that bad when you consider you're going to release this on 1,000 worlds, and it's going to be infecting like hundreds of thousands of creatures. Like, you want something that's going to be way less. Like, you do not want to risk your future, because keep in mind, what if this thing mutates and it really doesn't like humans? Yeah, but so you get trust the science. The same, this line came out of the COVID era when people were telling you, trust the science. And it's like, I am. You're just ignoring the science, listen to politicians who I don't trust. But that's another argument altogether. But anyway, I've ranted enough. You got my opinion on this game. I wish it was more structured. I kind of want to like give a good point in this. I just kind of end up venting a bit. But yeah, you guys get where I'm going at. Like, I didn't care for the writing. The gameplay, it needs an overhaul. There's no multitude in builds. I'm not a fan of the new Game Plus. I'll be honest, if they ever make a Starfield 2, this game's getting hard rebooted. The whole universe is dated. I knew it was going to be dated. What I didn't know was that the government was going to admit aliens are real, and then the Mexican government was going to do the same thing in the same year. I honestly did not expect that to happen before this game came out. But that's what we're living. I mean, but overall, like, but if you're wondering, like, hey, should I try this game? It's on Game Pass. Go buy Game Pass. It doesn't matter. I believe it's on all tiers, except maybe Core, because I think Core has a lot of stuff. So basically, get the like, not. I have Ultimate. And I'll be honest, if they told me I can get like day and day release for EA, like just increase my price, but I would. But that's an argument right there. But just get on Game Pass. Maybe you'll enjoy it. Like, if this is a game that I'm gonna straight up tell you right now. Like, you either gonna vibe with this game, and you're gonna love. Like, there's a guy on Twitter. He loves Bethesda games. He vibes with it. He loves this game, and I'm not gonna hate on him for that. Like, I believe he loves this game. I don't believe he's lying. I believe a lot of people on Twitter are lying. You see, like, this game's a game of the generation, bro. It's the greatest ever. Not talking about it anymore. Like, let me tell you this. I've never played a game which I thought was that goated. And not talking about, like, I love Cryostasis Freeze and Sleep. I haven't played that game in over a decade. I still talk about that game. Like I just did right there. By the way, if sadly you have to kind of pirate that game to get it, because there's apparently there's some kind of rights dispute, so they can't sell it anymore, which is really bad. Like, don't get me wrong, by the way, I'm not like delusional. Subjectively, I love that game, 10 out of 10. Objectively, probably 7 out of 10. But that's Kraus, it's not Starfield. Honestly, I'm kind of divided whether it gets Starfield a 6 or a 7. Now, keep in mind, I do use 5 and down in my score stuff, right? Like, I'm not like 5, like 6 or 7 is not like bad for me. That may be like 5 would be neutral, 6 would be like it's okay or acceptable, 7 would be okay, 8 would be good, 9 great, and then above not like and above 9, I'll be honest, a 10 out of 10, I think I reserve that more for a subjective system than an objective system. So I believe objectively it's really hard to reach a 10 out of 10. but subjectively, it's way easier. You know, but like I'm saying, like, just try it in Game Pass. Because, like, let's be honest, you play this game, like, because most people fucking figure out they like this game, like, 8 to 10 hours, 12 hours, I think was the longest I saw. Like, you're going to figure out whether you like this game, you vibe with it or not pretty quickly. And then if you don't like it, you have all these other games to play. You will get your money's worth out of a month of Game Pass. And then I highly recommend you stick around because it drops some great services. I mean, it's a service that drops some great games. And, you know, so try it on Game Pass. Like, you can't, like, should you pay $60 this game? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. No, buy Game Pass, try it on Game. Now, if you like it on Game Pass, like, consider Game Pass basically your demo fee for this game. If you like it on Game Pass, because I bought the top version of Starfield. I didn't get the collector's edition, but I got the top versions of Starfield. So, yeah, because I know I like Bethesda games, so I was reasonably sure no matter what I would enjoy this game, and to a certain extent I did. But you do not no, not $60, because most of the refund windows are so far out. Especially on, I don't even know what the refund window on Xbox is, but it's so far out. By the time you figure out whether or not you like this game or not, you're gonna be outside the refund window. You're gonna be outside the refund window on Steam or Xbox. So I want to say, like, you might want to at least spend at least 4 hours in this game to find out whether you like it or not. I think at 4 hours bare minimum, you'll have a good idea, because the opening does take a bit to get going. But once the game opens up and you can start exploring and stuff, that's when you'll have a good idea to go, whether you like this game or not. But for $60, you're basically gambling. Because if you don't like this game, you're out $60. By the time you figure out whether you like this game or not, you're going to be outside the refund window. You're locked in. So now, if you have $60, burn a hole in your wallet, buy the game. I mean, there are worse games out there. Now, if you're wondering, like, hey, Kevin, should I buy this game now or should I wait? I'd wait. Like me, I got, well, funny enough, I have 2 versions of Cyberpunk. See, originally I was going to get the PlayStation version, but then got the PlayStation 4 collectible, which, oh yeah, it's nice. But then I kind of was going to switch to Xbox this year, which I just got sick and tired of Sony's anti-consumerism. I got tired of the wokeness. I got tired of the censorship they're pulling, and honestly, they have the worst customer service in the gaming industry. And I'm counting Nintendo on that too, because I'll be honest, other than asking for refunds, Nintendo has pretty good customer service. I've actually, back in the day, my Game Boy Color broke. I had no idea why it just stopped working. It just flat out just stopped working. And I was really, it sucks. I like playing my Game Boy Color. I sent my Game Boy Color in, to get fixed. They couldn't figure out why the hell it stopped working. Because it wasn't like I spilled liquid on anything. I was just playing it one day, and either I was playing it, just turned off, or it just wouldn't start up. Like, it didn't get wet and nothing. Like, there's no reason why I should. Probably some circuit on there blew. And at that point in time, you're just gonna have to go through the entire circuit board to figure out what's wrong with it. But Nintendo, they replaced it. I don't even know if it was underneath warranty. They sent out, I got a box back, so the letter said, like, hey, we couldn't figure out what was wrong with your Game Boy Color. We're sorry that we couldn't figure out what was wrong with it, so we're just sending you a brand new one. So, I do like Nintendo. But Sony, I spent, like, let me tell you the 2 things, right? So I spent probably an hour in customer service, because I was trying to change my name to, like, a username I usually use, Kevin7557. And it's just being a pain in the ass to do that. And, like, I was being accused of stealing my own account, right? Keep in mind, I asked a simple question, like, hey, can you, like, okay, because I might have, like, had some dormant email that I haven't used ever that I used to sign up for a second account PlayStation. I swear I could have made a second PlayStation account at, like, earlier time and basically just sell it into one account. And I was asking, like, hey, can you, like, you don't have to tell me what email it is, but but can I give you 3 emails and you tell me if it's none of those, like simple yes or no? Because obviously I own all 3 of these emails. And, you know, whole time got accused of trying. And then basically the person let it slip as an Asian account, and I'm like, that's my Japanese account I created to play New York Automata. So if like for an hour I got accused of trying to steal my own account, and they could have literally just resolved this quickly. Fun fact. Meanwhile, same problem Xbox. Same problem. Turned out my name went into recycling. Is what it is. So I get to the point like, so I'm not, because it's been like forever, and I could have sworn like I might have had a second Xbox account. And like I'm like, hey, can I ask the person like, hey, can I give you 3 emails and you tell me if like any of these emails are on that has that name? Because I think I might have like made like another account. And the person went, yeah, no problem. Like I don't need to know what email it is, just yes or no. And the person said yes, and basically said, no, those emails are on there. It looks like your name went to recycling. And I'm like, okay, thank you very much. Problem solved. Took me like 10, 20 minutes. The other thing, like, okay, so when PlayStation changed their Plus membership, it automatically terminates all contractual obligation. You had to resubsidize it. So they illegally charged me for a whole year, and I somehow just did not catch it. I don't know how I overlooked it, but I did. And so rather than saying like, hey, we're sorry this happened to you, this condescending prick tried to give me a lecture on how subscriptions work. And it's like, I know how subscriptions work. You illegally billed me, and the only reason you're not getting a chargeback on this illegal billing is because I may at some point down the road want to own a PlayStation 5 or 6 and want my account to still be in good standing. Because elsewise, yes, I would have charged that back. But so, I forgot even the point of this now. Well, like I was saying, rent the game. Get on Game Pass. Like, you won't regret the Game Pass for the month. Like, if you don't like this game, you'll find another game you'll enjoy. It'll be worth the asking price, because the asking price per month is not that high. But yeah, no, I remember. But wait. Oh yeah, no, Cyber. Oh yeah, I remember. Too many tangents, man. So, I might as well just play this game a bit while I'm just fucking chatting then. So, I got the PlayStation 4 version, but I was switching to Xbox, so I had to get the Xbox version. And so I actually owned Cyberpunk twice, but I waited. Okay, that's another thing I'm really just kind of tired of. Pretty sure it's the same system. Yeah, okay, so it's glitched right now, so it's not even working. So we can't get that. That's another thing. And by the way, if you're running this glitch, just restart the game. But yeah, I waited until 2.0. Like, I played it a bit. I thought it was okay because I managed my expectations. Now I'm gonna go back to it. I'm gonna enjoy the hell out of this game. And you'd be wise just to do the same thing with Starfield. I'd say at least wait till Survivor mode drops. If Survivor mode is what I think it's going to be, it will change the experiments fundamentally and make it a way more engaging experience. Because right now, there are functions in this game that flat out just do not work. Like, straight up don't work. And by then, those will be fixed. By then, you'll probably see some minor overhauls. And you'll have the DLC, which will add house room space. And it might add just some more dynamicism to this game. You know, just some more stuff to do. Like, I doubt there's... You know, it's Bethesda, so yeah, they might straight up just drop house room space. And a few extra planets that are going to have nothing to do with them. I hope they don't. I hope the shattered space is going to be more depth than like some of Fallout 4's DLC was. But it's Bethesda. You never know. But, you know, waiting for that to come out, at the very least, you'll have house room space. Again, that's what I believe that the DLC is going to contain. It also might include the Ecliptic Mercenaries as a faction to join. There's just some stuff in this game that suggests to me, like, they have, like, main locations, right, that don't really do anything. And it just feels to me at one point this was meant to be, like, a joinable faction. So they might be added as a joinable faction. Either in the next expansion or the expansion afterward, or maybe as free content. Who knows? That'll be another faction quest, more stuff to do. You know, because they really need to flesh out the evil in this game. It's kind of really lackluster. But that's really all I have to say on any of this. You know, thank you if you guys have watched any of my parts of my video. You know, thank you if you guys subscribed after this. If you listen to my rant right here, thank you too. Try to make it coherent, but you know how it is. If you watch through some of the boring parts of my Let's Play, appreciate you there. You know, if you gave it a like, appreciate you. You know, you guys make it fun. Because I'm going to play games anyway. I figure I might as well just, you know, try to make, you know, something out of it. But, like, you guys in the audience, you guys make it fun. You know, you guys who listen to my opinions, you guys make it fun. You know, we could have some cool conversations. It's just, I'll be honest, like anything I've ever run, from a blog to a Facebook page to a Facebook group, well, that's a whole nother drama I'm not going to get into. But I've always found that, unironically, I do end up getting like some of the best audiences. And I don't mean that like, you know, everyone else like dick rides it, and I'll be honest, we're probably not like the best, right? But people who like my content, like I guarantee you, often think similar or have similar tastes. So I just end up surrounded by people who are just gonna love, you know, some of the same stuff I love. Like I'll give you an example, right? It was a comic I posted, and I got one of the best lines ever from somebody on a Facebook page. And it went like this: anyone who gives Batman time to prepare deserves the ass beating they're about to receive. Heard that years ago, still one of my favorite lines. Because it's true. Don't give Batman time to prepare. You know, but like, you guys make it fun. I'm not going to do it anyway. But you guys make it fun. You know, thanks for tuning in. Like I said, the next part will be when the DLC drops. Unless you see some guide that we're basically at where we're at, because I'm not going to grind my way up to level 100 here. I don't even know if I'll grind my way up to level 100 when the DLC drops. But I will keep this save file going. So if it's not next DLC, which I do imagine will get me into the 80s at the bare minimum. I'll get to the 80s. It might be the DLC afterward that, you know, I finally get to 100. But eventually I will have 100% in this game. It's just a matter of how many DLCs have to drop to give me some fresh content to do it. And hell, when this game comes back, I won't have just had like 7 days rather, in it. I'll be more willing to do some of the quests I've not finished up. You know, there'll probably be some extra quests, extra stuff to do. Maybe they'll actually overhaul Outpost, so there'll be some experience I can gather from that. And really, when this game comes back, I want to be optimistic. I'm going to leave this on an optimistic note, that I hope that like this game does like No Man's Sky. Like, I don't think it's going to have legs, but I do believe that if Bethesda walks away from the ESG nonsense that they rammed into every orifice of this game and browbeat you over the head with, and they focus on good story, get a better writer, like straight up, get a good writer that, but I guarantee you, like, there's some science fiction fans out there who say, like, dude, they need to get this writer here to write the House for Room quest line, because he or she would do an amazing job. Like they're kind of like this faction here and their work, and it would be so cool to see that person write this. Like, get someone like that. Look for someone who's capable of writing it. It's going to be a highly religious faction. And I don't just want to see an atheist view on Christianity again. Like, seriously, get a non-atheist to write a religious faction. It doesn't have to be a Christian, but just pick some. It could be voodoo for all I care, or hoodoo. It could be any number of religions. Just pick someone who's religious, all right, let me put it this way. If you want to have an atheist, right? Because I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of atheists. By the way, I don't have a good opinion of atheists. I want to like, if you're atheist and you like my stuff, that's cool. I'm sure because I'll be honest, I've met good atheists in my life. I'm not saying that I hate all atheists, in fact, but on a religious level, I just find them a lot, just kind of intolerable. But I'll be also second really honest with you, the good atheists I've met were flat out agnostics. They just didn't want to call themselves agnostics because they wanted to be part of the atheist community. They wanted that community. But if you're atheist and you're watching, hey, I'm not gonna say don't watch my stuff because you're atheist. Like I don't tell Christians not to watch my stuff even though I'm not Christian or Catholic or Muslim. I don't like, if you like my stuff, thank you for liking my stuff. Thank you for being here. It's awesome having an audience. Cause look, I'm not gonna dick ride when it comes to audience like some people do. But at the same point in time, like, you have to recognize, like when I was writing, like way back when, I refused for an outlet, Noble Press, I think it was. Yeah, Noble Press. And this I could tell you, like, a lot of people lie in the industry. It's like I was told, like, hey, you're gonna have to lie about the quality of games by one of their owners. And he's a good guy. I'm like, don't like, you're looking to find this guy's name up, or hey, if you ever come across a video, like, hey, I'm not hating on you, man. Like, we may have had a fundamental disagreement about this, but you were cool about the whole process going out. Oh, he was pissed. The other owner was totally chill with it because he saw where I was coming from. But I'm like, nah, my audience is what allows me to do this. My audience, the ones who come to read my articles, are who fundamentally make it possible for me to, well, I wasn't getting paid. It was like a venture startup, right? So once it started making it, I would have started getting paid and would have been the lead writer for gaming. But like, my view was like fundamentally, hey, I'm not going to stab my audience in the back. Because, well, yeah, I can do this and shout into the void, which I'm pretty much doing for most of these Let's Plays. I'm shouting into the void. I don't mind. But your audience allows you to do this to make money off it. So while you don't need to dick ride your audience, you need to give them false platitudes, you do have to have a certain level of gratitude for them. So if you're atheist and you're watching my content, like, hey, if you're not like spewing some like the same like retarded talking points other atheist channels are spewing, or if you're more agnostic, like, it's fine. I'm not gonna tell you to go away. I'm not gonna tell you like, hey, if you're atheist, don't watch my channel. I'm gonna fucking tell you like, hey, if you don't want to hear it, if you're not happy with me fucking saying this stuff about you, like, my channel might not be for you then. I'm sorry, I'm not for everybody. I do not like woke. I have a more tolerance for woke. Here's the thing, right? You're never gonna get me to say like something is not woke when it's woke. Starfield was woke. This game was loaded with woke. And by the way, for the enlightened centrists out there, woke is cultural Marxism, predictive programming, and intersectionality rolled into a cultural and consumer package. So yeah, no, I can define that stuff. Go look at the Lotus Eaters. They have some great videos on the exact definitions, who started this, who wrote what, and the ideals, long march to the institutions, all that jazz. Trust me, it's a whole dissertation on that. But my point is, I'm not gonna lie and say something's woke when it's not woke. I mean, not woke when it's woke. But I will tell you, like, hey, like, I'll be honest, like, if you don't like woke, yeah, don't fucking play fucking Starfield, like, at all. Like, that's an immediate video. Like, it's gonna be way more woke than you're gonna want to play. But if you're able to tolerate woke, then yeah, you might enjoy Starfield. Because that's the thing. I'm not an absolutist. When I was an absolutionist against anti-woke, and man, I swear my outro is getting longer and longer. But when I was an absolutist, it was barely an entertainment. Like, I could, like, if one thing was woke, I could pick 6, 7 other things to ignore it. Now, I mean, like, dude, there's so few things without like some touch of ESG, some touch of intersectionality, some touch of cultural Marxism. It's, you know, at the same, some touch of anti-white racism. Like, you know, you really don't have a choice, and that sucks. But you're never gonna hear me say is what it isn't, just to maintain some face with people. Like if you draw the line, say, Kevin, you know, I don't like the fact you said Starfield's woke. I'm not gonna have to watch your stuff tomorrow. That's fine. Thank you for watching me so far, but it is what it is. We have to part ways. That happens in life. I appreciate you for all the time you've been here, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to be something that I'm not for, you know, just for, you know, accolades. And I think that's a problem with a lot of content creators, that they'll basically deny something's woke when it's woke. Like, keep in mind, there's various degrees of woke, in my opinion. Like, there's kind of like has some few elements, but ultimately tolerable. Like yellow, like basically not green. Like blue is clean, green's, let's say blue is clean. I'm trying to think of a color between green and blue, or yellow. So basically, like there'd be like none, tiny amount, yellow, and red is basically, oh yeah, yellow, red, black. So, and green. So green, no wokeness. Yellow, enough, but like tolerable. Red, like I'd say Starfield's red, bordering black with the ESG. But red, like it's super woke, right? And then black is in your face with the messaging. And at that point in time, at that point in time, there's no even debate whether or not it's woke or not. It just bashes you over the head with it. And I'll be honest, like yellow and red, I can tolerate, but black, no go. And I think honestly, if a lot of content creators took this approach, they'd be better off. But I've prattled on long enough. I'll, you know, if you know, still hearing when the DLC drops, I'll see you then. Thank you all for watching. Hit that like, subscribe button, and if you like more of these rants, let me know. I figured out how to get my Linear mic working real well. I put the API that I use for my Blue Yeti, a Blue Yeti. By the way, Blue Yeti is a really good mic. I'm not dunking on Blue Yeti. My problem is I just don't have the area for a professional setup. My area makes too much noise, and for some reason, my Blue Yeti mic just oversamples like some breathing, and it just makes editing rants such a pain in the ass. I just don't do it.